Hello and welcome back to another special sick edition of WhiteBox development. With me, of course. In fact, for the first time, let me introduce Dr. Development, and he will be helping me as we continue to improve WhiteBox's handling of data recording from running C and C++ programs. I have some tea with me. I have my positive COVID test. I have my hood. So all is well. I think we're ready to get started. I'm probably going to take a few more breaks than normal in this stream, but we'll see how it goes. Right then. So, where should we start? Let's have a look at what we did last time, and then continue on from there. Always takes Git a little bit of time just to warm up. Really Git. It's I don't know whether it's the Git, whether it's Git itself or the file system or what, but yeah. The first time you use it, it's just painful. Okay, cool. So WhiteBox itself, we're up to date. Does set up here as well. There's another option. But then I need to move you. Yeah. So can you see that? Yeah. We're on remedy. So when we're interning data, which file did we do this in? Just remind myself where all this was. Yeah, cool. So you can see in app.h, we added a feature flag. Intern new, that's the one. So anywhere we're using that, we're calling into our new code. And so while we develop this new feature, if we still have a working version that just doesn't use this flag. And then as soon as it's done, we can transition all at once. And we have just been constantly in a valid state. I recommend reading Our Machinery's blog post on, I think it's called like step-by-step development. That's quite a good discussion of this, how to do it well. So basically what we do is we work out all of the pages that variables are on and pointers lead to and that arrays cross into and all that kind of thing. We tag them as something to be interned, and then we go through and intern them. And we do a little bit of background magic, a bit of special sauce, and we get that in a nice format that is both fairly small and fairly quick to read. Now the main issue of last time, if we run this with the appropriate flag, we've got intern new here, and function history, which is just the kind of new experimental feature. So if we run that, let's open up a new version of Vim, new instance of Vim, not version. Set GUI font to bigger, and we'll open this, but let's just change all of these doubles to ints, just a bit more obvious what's going on. We'll connect, and WhiteBox will hit an error because it's currently not expecting to handle invalid pages, which we have a pointer here, and originally that's going to be 0 or some garbage data and point to something that's not valid. So if we have a look at that, I'm just thinking that I don't really, that message is maybe useful for users, but it's just a little, it's another extra step, another bit of friction whenever I am changing stuff and breaking stuff, as that is often the way. So if we have a look in assertions.h, we have this os.assert message, blah blah blah. So if we have a look at OS 132 assert message, let's add a new feature flag. And wrap this in that. So should break equals true by default. G.ff. So we need a new one, and we'll call it assert message box. So assert message box, assert message box. Actually no, because that's going to be that's the default should be 0 for this, so we want to phrase it in its inverse. So suppress assert message. Message, it's not really, it's pop up. Suppress assert pop up. Go straight to debugger / crash on assert. So let's just add that new flag. press assert top up. Okay, let's just run that again. Oh, we need to compile it first, and we need to actually do this. So right, let's bring Dr. Dev, or Dev for short, back, and let's just recompile this. Okay. Yeah, Ben, how you doing? Very smooth intro. Yeah, thanks. Totally smooth. Why the little rubber duck? Well, rubber ducking is supposed to be good for development, so you know, gotta get all of the buffs that I can. Yeah, good to have you here though. Bare Metal Baron, Ben, the business, Ustans, Xenetic, and a service stop, but that sounds like a bot, so well, hard to know sometimes. How is everyone else today? So codegen.dll is the part of WhiteBox that uses LLVM. It's always about 30 times slower. It takes 30 times as long to build as the rest of the code. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe just 20 times. Come on. You can do it. You know you can. Isn't this compile, run, debug cycle just... Isn't it just so smooth? Like, hopefully you can see why WhiteBox is something that you might want to have in the world, as to try and avoid doing this every single time. Fortunately, well, it's not quite that bad every single time, as we can do the do a trick with hot reloaded DLLs, but still. Right, so we've got some code, got it running now. Let's get WhiteBox open. Why has that happened? That's just rude. We've just said that we don't want that to happen. Alright, let's set a breakpoint inside. We'll debug our debugging a little bit and open up OS 132, find insert message. Oh, yeah, we want it. If it's not on, that would be why. Now, fortunately, we can recompile just that section a bit faster. Now, if we run, we'll connect. Ignore that. Okay. And we're straight in at the assertion. That looks good to me. Cool. Let's just quickly add the same. Our Linux one is slightly different. Anyway. Yeah, that's fine. So I'm just gonna quickly commit that, as it's gonna be conceptually distinct from everything else we do. So commit message, add flag to suppress error message box on assert, reduces friction, debugger opens straight up to appropriate location. Okay, that'll do. Right, now, as I was saying, we have we're hitting invalid memory, and we haven't accounted for this. So, remember, Spencer asks, remember someone from the team suggesting an alternative to LLVM? Did I have a look into it? So it depends what component you mean. There's Tree Sitter, which does basically creates an AST from whatever code you've got, any source code, which would replace a small part of the LLVM that we're using, except the main thing that we're using LLVM for is actually the compiling to object code. I think, there's someone on the Hamid network who's building a small compiler backend. I think they're doing live jitting and some exciting stuff like that, but it's not at a point where we can use it. And part of the problem is that all compilers have their own quirks. LLVM, for its issues, does seem to be able to replicate the behavior of other compilers. So if you're using GCC or you're using MSVC CL, then using LLVM, you'll be able to create something similar. Currently there's no full replacement. We might be able to chip bits off one by one. One second. No, never mind. Need a cable that's gone missing. Sorry, just checking out the different channels. There's also entropy as an option if you're on Twitch, but yeah. Remedy. So yeah, we've tagged a bunch of pages, and then we've tried to intern one of them. I'm pretty sure the proc address, yeah. So we're trying to intern the address data from page 0, which is obviously not going to work. So I mean, data size less than equal to data offset. Just to show we've still got all this information being dumped, but it's not being put in a message box. So just to go through my thought process a bit, there's a couple of different things we could do. One, we could just ignore this assertion, or restrict it so that it's not getting caught in this case. Two, we could explicitly tag pages as recorded invalid, as opposed to just not recorded, which I think may become more useful at a point where we're not recording everything across all time, and it becomes useful to know whether something isn't available because we're unsure about its value, or because we know that there was no value there. So I think I'm going to do the latter. Right, so first of all, let's go to data intern.c. We want intern range at sample, and okay, well, hit invalid memory never even gets touched, so that's kind of ridiculous. Okay, just delete that out of the world. We're going to want to do this for each of the pagelets that we're touching. So we mark all of those areas as invalid, and then we don't even have to do anything special for to deal with pages that are larger than the size that we're currently recording, because whenever we touch the small section that we're recording, that'll get marked as invalid. The only important thing here is that our pagelet, the small thing that's like a page that we're recording, is a divides into the actual OS page size evenly, i.e. os.page. I kinda don't want to do this every single time. You know. I know you know. It's alright. You don't need to tell me. You know who else knows? And that's right. Dr. Dev. He knows. He knows. So we can do that. Maybe let's do it like just before running. Or should we have something new, which is like check OS assumptions or something? Where would be good? Right, so assert that os.page size mod pagelet size equals 0. May produce recording artifacts around valid/invalid page boundaries. Oh, we've got some entry messages and they're spam. Okay, awesome. Now the next question: how do I delete my YouTube spam message? That's great. Let's have a look. Chat. Report. Let's just get rid of all of those. Right, those are all deleted, so hopefully they're not in my chat window anymore. I don't know if there's a way you can actually just categorically stop them, but yeah. By the way, Ben or Spence, if you felt like if you want to jump on voice chat, you're welcome to. I would have to actually do that, wouldn't I? Not there. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm on the WhiteBox voice chat if you want to join. Let's just double check. Yeah. Oh yeah, no worries. Just the option. Okay, so let's have a look at page lit update on change. So this is just repeating us, making us basically making sure we don't record the same data multiple times in the same sample from the same place. And that was more of a concern with the previous thing that we were doing. Hopefully it shouldn't actually be an issue anymore. I might add an assertion on that in a sec. Anyway, so we update on change. Actually, let's bring back that invalid thing. Signify hunk undo. But rather than that, I think I'm going to make that a size and say invalid mem size, or just invalid size. And then invalid size plus equals pagelet size. And then rather than just data size, you can do data size plus invalid size. Oh no. Data offset, is that what I'm looking for? Plus equal to id.copy.size. I don't actually want to continue because I want to do this update on change. The next thing is like, why am I bothering to get this value if we've already seen it? Like this is first encounter should be preventing all of that. already recorded. If already recorded, continue. So we can get rid of that. Kind of makes sense to actually put that in here. This I don't actually want invalid size anymore. Or maybe I do, I'm not sure yet. This we'll do this as the positive. Do that. Let's just Alright, we've got that here. So it's just repeated work. Okay. Cool, fine. Yeah. And I'm glad I got it here because there's a bug already fixed that I would have been about to reintroduce. Okay. Okay, so we're using we got a data offset. I'm not really sure whether this is useful or not. It's kind of only a debug thing. Yeah, mem copies are pretty cheap. I'll keep it in for the moment. Oh, the spam's still there. Oh, that is annoying. Alright, I'm just going to turn that thing off on OBS. Goodbye. If I can find it. One sec. Yeah, that can go. That's annoying that even after you deleted it from YouTube, it is still there. Okay. Okay. This we can change to %p, which does pointers nicely. Yeah, whatever. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I take a pointer to the working data source. That seems interesting. Oh, right, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember why. Okay, so this is basically just making sure that we're copying the right stuff. And we're either copying stuff that we've already got, or we're copying the new stuff that we brought in to this data out. And given how long this stuff has been working for, my assumption should definitely be that it's correct. And there's probably a good reason why stuff is there, rather than that it's wrong. A little bit of Lindy for you there. Okay. So now the nice thing about this as it currently is that it's only taking 4 bits of 4 arguments, and they're all pointer register size, which means that they can be done in registers. Means there's no touching memory, and it's a much faster function call than otherwise, or at least it could be. However, I do want to add the contention that this data is invalid. Maybe I put it in the iterator. I don't even need to do this peak value checked. It's just doing twice the work that we need to. Is it the debugger? Peak value. App.c. Right, I'm pretty sure that's the same. It's the same signature, isn't it? Value out, proc handle, proc address size. Cool. Let's just delete that. Value. os.peak value. Cool. Alright, so we just cut out a bunch of work that we don't need to do. It's always good. Particularly when it's something we're doing every single sample multiple times. Potentially lots of times. Of course, like all ducks, Ducks Dev is very pro getting all your fluids. So, how to do is the duct rulers. I'm sorry that I'm a little bit slow today. It's everything's a bit foggy. Not that I'm not slow normally, just slower. Anyway, so we've got intern get value. Why are we bothering with this is first encounter? We've already skipped it if it is. Oh, that's not true. For strings. Let's just not do it for strings then. Let's not add this extra check when I know that I wanted to keep the usage code fairly symmetrical for strings and normal ranges, but ranges are by far the more common case. Also, in fact, with the new version, we don't even do strings really. Everything's a range, because we've just already worked out what the string is. So if the working sample is that, so really, I can just get rid of this, make this working data temp. I can replace this with this probably. That is much simpler. That is so much easier to understand. And this is only really as part of this debug thing. Pagelet is valid. Let's have a look at the where is this stored? Data intern.h probably. Pagelet iteration B2 started. That can be a B1. Bool started. Is valid. It dot it.is valid. Get that for free because we were only using a single, basically just using padding before. And now we can pass that into pagelet update on change. I basically just don't want this anymore, this function. We can do the fancier stuff here if we really want to, which, I don't know. Wait, so... Yeah, okay. Right. If it is the first encounter, then just copy this out, this thing. Working data source equals working data temp, that's fine. And then it.is valid equals that. I'm going to change it to pagelet is valid. Or memory is valid. Can access mem. Can access mem. Get rid of all of this rubbish. Now in a string, this does actually end the does actually end our sorry. In a string, we stop recording after we've looked at it because strings either finish on a null pointer, sorry, null terminator, or invalid memory. Otherwise, they're gone forever. Occasionally. To do it not can access mem. I mean, that's not for the copy. Anyway, we're not really doing this anyway. I can't have zeroed out because it's still technically being used. Basically, otherwise we're saying that it dot can access mem equals true. From temp to do can't read when previously was inaccessible. But we haven't specified how we're going to symbolize that yet. So we need to do that. Hey, Red J Hicks. How you doing? Welcome to the channel. Right, that's tea. Nearly out of order. This is now quite a nice short function, actually. Rock address. Honestly, that can probably just go on the iteration, considering it's in, I think it's in all of them. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that in. So this basically, we're going to set this to, the obvious thing to do is that the we have this concept of like a change that's going on, and how big that change is, and then what the date of that change is. So basically, if we set the change to encompass the entirety of the span of memory and set it to invalid, I think that's probably the way to go. Hey Andrew, didn't realize this was live. Yes indeedy. Hello. How you doing, man? First time chat from viewer. Cool. Have you been there before? Been lurking before, or first time watching as well? Now we have this in all of them. I don't understand why I didn't put that in the struct. Now this is not necessarily covered by my previous statement that we should assume that previous things were correct. That was more like working, not good API. Yeah. So I don't initialize the entire thing because it's quite big and there's basically no need to. Let's make an initializer. The things that we do want to set. Now this will have the slight disadvantage of being having some padding requirements, but that's okay. We can deal with that. Data offset. Just kind of want to clear this up so it's really obvious what's going on. Data offset. I'm good. Sorry to hear you got COVID. Been looking for a long time. Is it just you working WhiteBox? Has there been any discussion around supporting Zig or other languages? Yeah, thanks for the concern. It's not. I haven't really had it too bad, to be honest. I was only like properly down for a day, and then I've been doing like some housework and stuff that didn't require looking at screens, and then I'm back now, and you know, nothing too bad. Kind of moderate cold level for me. But thanks. Been looking for a long time. Well, glad to have you around. It is not just me working on WhiteBox. I'm the lead developer, and I'm working on it full time. There's also 3 other people who are contracted to work on it part time, including Bare Metal Baron, who was here briefly earlier. Has there been any discussion around supporting Zig or other languages? Yes, and that's something I'd like to do, but it's not on the short-term roadmap. Basically, WhiteBox is built using LLVM IR. Part of the reasoning behind that is that lots of compiled languages have that as one of their back-end outputs. So while we're working for C and C++ at the moment, most of the code is not actually that language specific, so it should be possible to add new languages. But yeah, just not the focus right at the moment. What was I doing? Oh yeah, changing that to Okay, I think that's got all of them. So these will get 0 in it. These will get custom. So if you put the custom init stuff at the beginning, then you can just do that. You can just ignore the things that are later in the initializer. Sorry, getting text. In the initializer braces, and they'll just all get 0 in it, which is nice. So it looks like we want to put proc address cur proc address is what that will be doing. So we want to do it dot init equals pagelet init equals pagelet it init, and then we just want to put I've got the start proc address. Let's do the same over here. I think that's got to be true for all of them, right? We've still got the current proc address, start proc address, intend string, current proc address, start proc address, yeah. And then either size or end proc address or something, probably, right? In turn range. So the reason I'm not doing it in here is that if I did that, it would zero initialize everything, and I don't want to have to zero initialize a bunch of data that doesn't need it. I would for small amounts of data, but it's a fairly large amount of, well, like, you know, moderately large, not large. But it also happens frequently. It.init equals pagelet it init. So you're mostly working in Zig, Red J Hicks. The current and the end. Um, um, he's fine, don't worry. He's good at taking dives. They all use this working data temp. Intern string to the interned ones as well, or is that only for recording? Okay. That can stay then. Get rid of that. um, honestly, if that's like only getting done there, I kind of want to put that as part of the iterator as well, because it really is. Alright, this is getting even neater. So now this just becomes next in range it. Well, the init needs to be improved a bit for these. Reggie Hicks, I've yet to really dive into Zig actually. I was just working on some code and thinking about ideas for visualizing data and making it easier to implement or debug something. That's why I thought of revisiting WhiteBox, which I still haven't even tried yet. Well, good to have you back, or have you here. Is there are there any particular features around visualization that would you'd like to see, or that would be like a killer feature for you, that would make you be like WhiteBox is yes, that's something I have to get, or would Zig support be part of that? I'm always pro more ideas for visualizing data. It's basically this though, isn't it? Start proper address, stop address plus data size -1. Are they all doing data offset? Plus equal to copy size. Don't know really, just scratching the surface, just the ability to visualize data structures. I say I give WhiteBox libgit2 and some repository, will be able to explore the internal data structure from libgit2 for said repository. So currently, in terms of visualizing data structures, we don't have a huge amount. I have ideas for that. It's just, you know, got to do one thing at a time. My favorite example of this probably let's bring up a thing. Is it lucidity? What's it? These no. Oh, what's it called? Yeah, okay, there we go.
So free time, that sort of guides us.
Quite a fun, like, growing thing. I want to do something, change this a little bit to be a bit more like memory oriented.
Instead of working with particular,
but, I like where it's going. This isn't for C, by the way. It's just a prototype for JavaScript, I think. Really what I'll do is it.data offset is less than data size. Then we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right, I'm doing... Oh, yeah, now that that's actually in here, then this continue gets that covered anyway. So what I was thinking would previously have been a bug was actually fine. And then we just need to init this one as well. Right, how close to that is compiling? Jesus, how close to compiling is that? Okay, so we're just going to do a union of the struct name by itself and a struct name with a name, which allows us to reference the things inside it either without going through this member, like lexically, syntactically, or going through basically by choice, depending on what's useful at the time. Because this is just a pointer, we can declare it if it's not already known, which is not apparently. Yeah. Current proc address equals it proc address It's obviously mutable if it's an iterator. Don't need to make that specific. Don't need to specify that even. What didn't you like about that? Start pagelet address. All right. An expression. So it's a little bit tricksy, but we can just do that. So we're still doing if it's true, do a thing, otherwise evaluate to 0. Current proc address. It.proc address. Init. I forgot how many examples of this I had, to be honest. Interesting. It'd be awesome to see something similar in WhiteBox. Where's the roadmap or progress report for WhiteBox? Mostly private currently, to be honest. What was start address? Where was it? Signify hunk undo. Get start pagelet address. Peak value checked. Yeah, it's because you don't want to be here anymore. Data size left. this should be here. Minimum of either data size left is data size minus it dot data offset. Copy size. Oh, right. I see. Yeah, that's fine then. I'll take you back. Yeah, so okay, so in terms of roadmap, the current focus is on getting this version really stable for like relative programming novices, because all of the features already are useful for that. It's possible we'll add some more like low-hanging fruit things before that's all fully stable, but I wouldn't count on it. And then once we have a more stable version, that's going to get a bit more, I can spend a bit more effort promoting that, particularly getting it into universities where possible, expanding on our initial success there. And after that, we're going to start adding some more exciting features for advanced programmers. I have ideas, but one thing at a time. I think you'll like them as well. I think they're pretty cool. Ah, there we go. We've just collapsed that a bit. Could actually call that. Right. So we're compiling successfully. Let's just remind ourselves what we've got going on here, see if we've actually initialized it all. So we've got a page map, we've got a proc address, start and end. These get initialized to 0. Right, let's just run some code and see whether that works as expected. Just add run tests. And let's run this. Okay, we've hit a breakpoint. It's just a normal breakpoint though. Which we don't really want to look at the moment. Okay. Right, yeah. Global variables. Or wait, what are we on at the moment? Let's have a look. I have a feeling that there's maybe not then. Invalid variable location should have exited earlier. What should have exited earlier? That's no longer clear. Var is present. Var locks, we don't have either a first lock or a last lock. Okay. Alright, the variable is name global scope. Yeah, okay. That'll be it. Okay, so that means we just need to be doing a little bit better of a job. Here. It's not really to do with this, but can I skip past this and then come back to this? Oh, lots of global scope stuff failing. Lots of global scope stuff failing. Let's go run tests. And let's just skip to the end. Okay. Alright, fine. Run tests. Okay. Apparently that doesn't quite work if we just skip like that. Okay, so we can either try and fix that now or come back to it. Let's have a look. What do I want to do? just comment it out for the moment and run the rest of the tests, see if there's anything obviously wrong. Function call, I'm not compiling for any of those. Okie dokie. Function object. Oh right, because now everything is that's not really what I want us to do, is it? I want to find the thing that uses that, comment that one out. Otherwise they're all trying to use the wrong they're trying to test the wrong file for a given function. Global variable, yeah. Global variables for some reason just yeah. Okay. Let's just take out this intern new and see whether that changes whether we hit this. Because I think we're hitting that for that reason. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like that's what I was expecting. The intern new is not sufficiently taking account of the way that global variables work. But the changes to the pagelet thing, sorry, changes to the recording aren't breaking anything. Not obviously, anyway. There was no data in there that I'm not sure should have been. Oh yeah. Yeah, it should have been. It was the assert failing. Cool. Right. Get rid of that. Change that. Add that. That's fine. Yep. Just refactor data recording, and we've shrunk the size of the code a little bit, which is always nice. And I think it's more readable now as well. Okay, I think I might take a bit of a break. Oh, hey, author's flow. Welcome to the stream. Record data is an attach, a debugger, and trace memory over time. Some type of logging from an application. Okay, so I'm making a tool called WhiteBox, which is basically like a live debugger. And what it does is it runs the function you're currently working on, records the entirety of that run, and then visualizes that data. Now, it's not using an external debugger. It's a custom thing using the Windows and Linux, their specific debug APIs. Yeah, so it's not attaching a debugger. It is a debugger, and tracing memory over time. Yes. Hey, Fmongo. Hey, Author's Flow. Audicia? So if you haven't seen WhiteBox before, let me... hopefully this hasn't been... I haven't broken it too much. Oh, wait. Sorry. I'll stop it from doing tests. Let me change that. Rerun it. So connects from any old editor. It just has a bunch of small plugins, and we're editing this function, square factorial root. If we give it some input, then it reruns the function with the new parameters. We can move the cursor around to get a like a breakpoint-like view of what things are like there. We've got this timeline of everything that happened with all the times that the execution hits the cursor and these highlights. And I mean, there's a bunch of other little things, but that's kind of the basic idea. For each variable, we can see like, oh, this I variable changed 7 times, and we can see what all of those values were across time. You can graph it, except because this is uninitialized initially, it kind of blows out the rest of the data. The result value changed 8 times, and we're currently on the 7th of those. If you're in a loop, you can see all the times the thing changed in a loop. All that fun stuff. Yeah. Feel free to ask any questions about what WhiteBox is. I haven't, no. So I guess you attach a debugger, attach as a debugger, read dwarf data, and track changes over time for desired function calls. So I'm not attaching to anything either. It's just in time compiling the actual code. So if I, oh yeah, I should probably not forget the most important things when demoing this. If I change this and save, it recompiles. Oops. It only compiles the function you're working on, so it can be relatively speedy in doing so. You don't have to do the full edit compile cycle. So yeah, as you can see, as I move into different functions, this automatically updates, and if it doesn't have a specific caller for it, it generates some like basic thing with zeros, and you can do whatever. So it returns this array of 3 things. Sorry, it doesn't return it, but it returns the sum of those things. But I can edit it and do 2 times whatever. Save, edit, and it changes to update for that. I see, so it's interactive C, C++, and not working with external programs. Yeah, pretty much. That's the idea anyway. Kind of somewhere in between a REPL and a debugger, and unit testing. But there are some Yeah, we've got other improvements to make. I also haven't really seen people do this kind of timeline view of data before, which I think is useful. But it basically relies on you not, you can't do this over an entire program because it's a huge amount of data. But for a function, you can. Alright, I'm putting my hood back up, bringing out the good ductor. If he'll stay. It would be interesting to have it attached to running programs and track specific function calls. Yes, and there are some more interesting things that we have in the pipeline that I would really love to talk about, but they have to stay hidden for the moment. I'm gonna take a few minutes break and I'll be back in a little bit. So feel free to ask more questions and I'll get back to them when I'm here. Sorry, back to Zach. but my camera seems to have gone black. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe just out of battery. Normally it goes to the the EOS webcam thing. Let's see whether a replacement battery will fix it. Still haven't found my there we go. Cool. Right, how you all doing in chat? Lost a couple of you. Okay. Hey, Ball857. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? We call this Netflix and ill. You in the background. He's not going to be visible otherwise. Yeah. Okay. Right. So we've changed this around a little bit, and I kind of think I want to change intern to record. I think it just makes more sense. But I do have at least one other thing that's and there's that record like noun verb thing going on. Action record is its own thing. Progress is recorded. I mean, that's already what we're doing. It's recording. Okay. Right, now intern string is a different thing. Record values. Record string example. String. Right, so interning is a different concept. Interning is like, I mean, it's not entirely distinct, but basically it's for making a single version of a data structure, commonly a string, and so anytime you have that same string, it's in this, you use the same location, and you do this both to save memory, and also so that you can have a single pointer that is like a unique identity. Hey, Rocap BG. To intern map. Where's this data from? Defy hunk diff work RPG. Hello. Intern data. Right. So that should be a just an enum value. Oh, that actually is intern. Yeah. Cool. Make sure we got this on the Linux one as well. And just see if that compiles on Linux. So we'll bring up our hypervisor, Ubuntu 20. Let's just make sure that we're not compiling C++ because we're not actually using that tool. So I always catch image of myself like scowling at the screen. Gotta try and be more I don't know. It's not that I don't enjoy it, it's just that I'm concentrating. Need a better concentration face, that's all. Okay. If I have Linux, it needs to be open this screen. So cd build Linux python 3.proj/build.py. And it takes a while. We're in the middle of, well, we've built most of a new build system using C to build Ninja, a few Ninja files, and it's actually not that bad to build from C if you have a decent string library, which WhiteBox now has after some evolution. Intern return value. Where is that being referenced? App x86.c intern return value. Record return value not there. App Win32 record. Now it's on both. That one expr is string. How did I put that in? Okay. I think this I haven't pushed for a while, so I can probably rebase that. Because I don't always test on Linux before doing everything. Git log 12, I don't know. Okay. No. Okay. I'll just fix it. That's fine. Expert is string. How can you not like that? Muted. Thank you for the first chat, Simple PT. Sorry, I was muting when I'm coughing, and apparently forgot to put it back on. I don't remember what the last thing I said was. I'm going to assume it's about the library. What functionality does the library provide? I'm assuming you're talking about when I said that it's useful to have a good string library for making a build file from C. Ninja build files are basically just a bunch of text, which is like concatenated lists of all the stuff you have in build files, like C files and libraries and paths and all that sort of stuff. So just easy ways of concatenating lots of strings and lists of strings is useful. If you are going to make a string library, I very strongly recommend using a length and pointer style, because you can take substrings and you don't have to allocate any new memory for that, which lets you do loads of things really nicely for free. And then basically just treat them as constant data, and if you want new stuff, you make a new copy, or you do something special with like some mutable string. Welcome, Simple PT. Welcome to Kozikubu. So like this is a lot of the functionality that you'd get with any kind of Python string library. There's a couple of other things that it's missing. It's C, so obviously you don't have the operators, but in terms of the actual functionality, you can get a lot fairly easily. And then getting a string list lets you do stuff where you, making like joining and concatenating and splitting and all other sorts of multi-string stuff. Makes that easier. On the hill, what is the name of this compiler? Which compiler are you talking about? So I'm making, if you're talking about the build system that I've just been mentioning, it uses Ninja, but Ninja is just a way of doing incremental builds, and then Ninja really just calls into Clang. If you're talking about the project that I'm working on, which is WhiteBox, then it uses the LLVM Clang compiler library as part of it to do like real-time debugging, live debugging really. Real-time can mean something different. Wait, so let's check the Linux thing where it was still missing expression as string, despite it being is it something to do with the inline. Thanks. You're welcome. I mean, ideally, I would like to be able to not have an incremental build system, but there are just too many components that all need handling with dependency management and stuff that we can't do all of them at once. The main thing there is that we're linking in LVM, and LVM is massive. Every time we have to do anything that compiles to LVM or links with LVM, it takes like 40 seconds, which is just not feasible for fast iteration. Real-time debugging sounds good. Well, thank you. Let me give you a quick demo of WhiteBox then. So let's bring up WhiteBox. We'll bring up just some garbage code, and if you connect, so you can connect from a bunch of different editors. It compiles the function you're working in, change function, it reruns it, calls it with some data, and runs it, and you can see what it returns, the return value of any pointers, what the inputs were. You can see all the data like you would see in a debugger, and you can see like the various things changed over time. You can see all the different changes that each thing went through. You can graph those changes, all sorts of exciting stuff. Look on the timeline. So the timeline is every change that happened in order, and you can see for any level of detail. Let's find something with a loop. Yeah, like that. So the highlight is every time your cursor got hit. Feel free to ask any questions on that, as I realised that was a ridiculously fast overview. Simple PT, a more elaborate printf. Sort of, yeah. In the sense that printf gives you information, and this also gives you information. That's awesome. Thank you very much. It has the advantage that you don't actually have to manually do anything, which you do with printf, and it automatically has all of the structure that is required to inspect stuff. You can see, unfortunately, it has absolutely no reflection abilities built in, and you have to do like metaprogramming stuff to do that. That's awesome. Seems really useful. Thank you. Would it be possible? I hope so. Would it be possible to view which pointers are used to access a specific range of memory? Yes, I think so, depending on exactly what you mean. So let's just reconnect to this. Okay. And I spilled some tea. That was fantastically done. Right, not very much. It's okay. Oh yeah, there's the history feature as well, which I haven't been showing. It's alright, I'm just playing with something, but it's let's not do that at the moment. Right. Well, I was actually let me answer your question more directly. Which was, would it be possible to view which pointers are used to access a specific range of memory? So, which pointers are used to access a specific range of memory? One of the things that you can do is like show what the address is for each variable. So to the extent that you're looking at variables and you want to see what memory they're in, then you can do that. Which pointers are used? Do you mean rather than just addressing a single instance of the variable, addressing like a whole array of memory rather than just a single value? Is that what you mean, Rocap BG? Because if that is what you mean, you can expand to let's see. Although this is a bug that we're currently in the middle of fixing. Looks really nice, thank you. Can it give me the reason of the segmentation fault? Can it give you the... So... it kind of depends on why you've had a segmentation fault. It'll tell you everything that happened up until the segmentation fault, and it will show you all the data changes that happened up to that point. So presumably the reason behind why it happened, it should be visible in terms of like what happened when. You can also, it also has just like a what line things happened on, just as an extra little memory jog. There are more. There's always more features that we can add that are helpful for that. But broadly, yes. But it's not gonna. It's kind of explaining what happened rather than, well, it's showing what happened rather than giving. It's not gonna say like, it doesn't currently highlight the specific thing that caused it. If you have memory arena, you start a record and then you stop it. Okay, so I would presumably mean start recording in WhiteBox and then stop recording. View every pointer that has been used to access it. Do you mean pointer that is... I don't know what you mean by a pointer that has been used to access it. Do you mean every time someone has referenced some memory in the arena? Or do you mean every time the arena was itself... or has memory allocated? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Sorry. I'm sure you're not bad at explaining stuff, but I'm as it says in the title, I'm currently ill. I've currently got COVID, currently recovering from COVID, so my my thinking isn't 100% at the moment. But the yeah, this is just a GUI issue. There should be data here, and you should be able to like. It's like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Anyway, has that got the... undefined symbol expression to string? Tab.z, app-based Linux. Oh. App-based Linux. Why does that want to find it? Oh, right, because they're all, it's single executable. Okay, so why is that a problem? It's in the same, like, it's just a few lines down. Why do you not like that? we'll just put it above there then. See if that's still a problem. Hey, to take a right, head back up. Programming time. Just gotta wait for this to work really. But if we go to data intern.c, we can start playing with tracking invalid data. Okay, so I think that was successful. Cool. Okay. Get diff cached is quite useful for looking at the stuff you've just got in your as the things you're about to check in. So we'll commit that with move expert is string as Linux build doesn't find it. Add the rest of the stuff, which is just renaming intern to record. Like whenever you're developing a large code base, you end up with a bunch of different things that you want to change, and a lot of the time they're just not important enough, and they slowly build up as friction. I guess this is often something similar to what's referred to as technical debt, but you want to at least keep track of these so that when you're ill or otherwise low energy, there's something kind of productive that you can do to help your future self while you're not going to be doing the super creative, super fancy new stuff. And so here we are, just okay, work at BG, yeah, just every pointer that has referenced or written to the memory. So for example, you're expecting that an array is writing outside of bounds and to the arena when it's not supposed to. You can see whether that particular array has been used to access the memory there. Sorry to hear you got COVID, hope you recover quickly. Thank you, yeah, it's not too bad to be honest. I haven't been taken down that much. Currently, only if the it's not very well supported currently. Only if you're recording. If you're recording that section of data, you would be able to investigate that and see it, but it wouldn't be like particularly obvious. Hey, Otsukare Samades and Rusty Blade 64. Alright, so we've got, let's just get rid of all of the red and green spam that we get from all of those changes. And we want to have a look at the marking invalid pages. Record range, and we do that with page update on change. Let's reopen data intern.h, pagelet offset. Is that, yeah. Offsets records. Okay. So this is going through and recording a bunch of changes on the little section of area that we're looking at. And basically what we want to do is we want to say is invalid. How can we tell if it's currently invalid? And that's something that needs adding. Unfortunately, can't really get away from it though. I don't think. Records, offsets, working record index. Yeah. Oh no, you can, because we can say that the most recent record is invalid. That's fine. That's good. So we're going to make an invalid record. Right, so needs full snapshot. That's true. Basically, you just add a couple of situations where this is true. So we want to be doing this. When else? We want to do this if the I just had it. Brain fog. Worst thing around. Much prefer. Yeah, I'll leave it. or okay. I think it is best if we do this in here rather than doing it in somewhere else. Right, just do it stupidly to begin with. Copy start offset. Right, so equals Maryland record okay. So this is kind of covered by that situation anyway. Or I'm not even using that, so let's get rid of that. Right, if the last one has a pointer that's null, and because if we do that in terms of records n equals array lem n minus 1 dot pointer. I want to do pagelet offsets let's just change this to n. Oops. Minus 1 dot start 8th equals 0 and n minus 1 dot end 8th equals not xff. Show let's just have that as an inline thing. Just let last record invalid. Record at index invalid. So we'll just go with pagelet pagelet I and let's just use that rather than this for a bit of self-documentation. Pagelet record I invalid it pagelet in -1. Record index. Do we want to check invalid or valid? I mean, here we want invalid, so. That assumes that we have right, so needs full snapshot. Actually, that's not necessarily true, is it? Right? Because if the previous one is invalid and this one is also invalid, we just leave it. Valid. Can. Pagelet. Record I. Mem. Accessible. It's just the opposite of all of this. It's not equal 0. Or not equal Alright, so we can actually do, if these are not equal, we can just simplify that slightly, because if just make that more clear. Yeah, because look, is local data, which means that we use the an 8-byte little buffer here instead of a pointer. So here we're checking that we use the pointer and that the pointer is null. Really, it should be the full width, but Yeah. Mem accessible. Right, so these are different, and no, either they're the same. Oops. If they're the same, then it's accessible, or these, or Jesus, or it's not equal to null. Okay. Might take a break in a sec. Okay, what we're going to check here is that the current mem accessible state is different from the previous mem accessible state. Or pagelet record I mem accessible in -1. We're checking that is not equal to I guess an easy way of fixing this is just going to be to do array len pagelet records is greater than record index and all the other things. And then we can just do that wherever. Full excessive mem access changed equals so that is not equal to it can access mem. So just thinking through edge cases, on the first occasion, this is inaccessible. Previous stuff is inaccessible. And if it's currently inaccessible, then it stays inaccessible. And if it's currently accessible, then it becomes, it changes. So if that's or mem access changed. Jesus, that took so much longer than needed. Let's just actually move that to there. Yeah, I guess. Maybe not. That's fine. Yeah, and it's kind of true. If the mem access changes, then we do need a full snapshot. That's a fair statement to make. So let's continue with that as a nice little boolean we can use. Already at the max range. If it has changed, right, then we want to use whether or not it's invalid. I'm going to move this up. Only update the subcomponents. Force. So if it if we can access the memory, then we want to do all of this. Otherwise, we just have a sample with a 0 pointer, and that works nicely. And then this all gets pushed. So there's really quite a minimal change, just shifting this up here and adding this conditional, and then checking for the other pages changing. What about all this stuff then? Pushing is good, yeah. Page mem dump. Yeah, we do dump to test start. Page working data. Start offset, sure. There's kind of no point in doing this. If there isn't any valid change. We've got our parallel arrays of stuff. We have we update this to whatever it is. Yeah, this will be better when once it's pointer based. Don't have to keep copying that memory around. And some more debug stuff, that's fine. Okay. And within OR, then this whole thing should be Rayland records. Okay, so we're compiling. I'm going to leave this to run some tests. I'll be back in a sec. And then I think we're going to make a test that does some like direct manipulation of page accessibility. Because currently this is all based on my internal simulation of what the computer will do. And as we know, simulating computers is difficult. The human brain is meaty and not as good as silicon at being super consistent. So given that, I'm going to run some tests and write a new test in a sec. And I'll be back fairly shortly. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Hello again. I have returned to you. Hey, Bob Ross RTX. So if we have a look at remedy, then look like all the tests passed. Let's have a think about what would be the best way of testing it. I mean, I guess we just want to do something really simple, don't we, actually? Sorry, let me bring back up my mod view so I can have a look at what's going on. Sorry, getting a bunch of spam on YouTube. Okay. Okay, so we go to test C. Alright, I'm gonna reorder this. I'm frustrated by the layout of this. So let's change that. Let's commit what we've just done. Git add -up is like the classic. Alright. Because it looks at what you're tracking rather than just everything. And then -p does it patched, which is just like looking at little sections at a time, so you can remind yourself of everything you've done and make sure you're only including the things you actually want to include. Add inaccessible memory to coding categorization, just concept of inaccessible memory to page recording to do add test with mix of valid / invalid pages, changing protections. Okay. I probably also need to do some extra checking when getting the data out. It's never going to be invalid because it's always from a local buffer, but it'll just be wrong. Oh, I'm an idiot. Everything that was interned is still interned. Right, well, that will call for a rebase, that's fine. Interned, recorded. That actually should be interned. Local or recorded? Yeah, okay. Recorded data. And we'll just keep stepping through these, making sure like that they're all things that we actually want to be recorded and not interned. Okay, let's just check that compiles. And the same for GUI.c because, of course. Okay. Cool. And let's, I don't think I had anything in at point 32, so just check. Yeah, there's no platform specific stuff there. Add all of the recorded stuff. Okay. Okay. we're only doing that temporarily, so that we can do git rebase dash. Right, first of all, we need to know a few where the other ones are. How to transfer inaccessible memory to page load recording. Wait, where do we? Was that in refact? No, move expressions. Okay. Um. Um. Ah. Whoops. Probably shouldn't have included that in there. I thought I hadn't, to be honest, but I am perhaps a little bit delirious at the moment. How can I extract that? Do I care to? Let's go on a git exploration. That always sounds like a fun idea, doesn't it? Git undo part. Let's check that this is not going to completely undo everything. Because some of these will destroy your changes and some of them will. Ooh. I don't want to record a new commit. Reset. So I think I want to do reset to this. I see that my explorations in Git have pushed out all viewers. Well, not quite. Or I can just not worry too much about this. So we're going to interactive rebase on a couple back. That should open up a little notepad. Okay, get stash. Get rebase interactive. Oh, does it just do the last few if you don't say how far to go? I want to fix up squash, use commit, meld into previous commit. Exec break. If you, let's have a look at dropping commits. Does it keep your working directory the same though? This is fine. That'll do. Kind of want to break. Oh, does not accept arguments. Okay. What happens if you just leave it out? Let's just copy those files and then nah. Okay, get rebase edit to do. It doesn't have them, does it? break pick. Yeah. What you talking about, huh? Oh, right, that was earlier. Get paste. Continue. Four commands done. Right, so copy data intern.c, and then just copy it outside of the repo. Continue. Status. Okay. I can do window diff this to see what the differences are. Okay, cool. Right. Diff get, is it? Yeah. Just change all this to what it was. Um, so all of these should be record basically. Um, hmm. Okay, turn diff off. Signify hunk diff is what I wanted. Not entirely sure what's different there. Just location. No. Or is it just like whether or not it's using what kind of white space it's using? That should be there, right? Okay. That line there, to remove that. This is kind of stupid, really, honestly. All right. Just want to separate those steps out a little bit. It's a little bit of a waste of time, unless we come back to debugging something that's in the previous thing. And if there's an issue with a typo versus a logical issue, then it's quite useful to have those separated. Because it's quite easy to make a typo when making big find and replace changes. Okay. Data intern.c, click commit, amend. I'm just going to copy that and just change that to rename intern to record. Debug process. Interning to recording. And do press interning to recording. Okay, save that, and now the / data intern c.2 w data intern.c. overwrite it. And if we look at data_intern.c now, we're back to what we originally had with our new, and I say originally, the new changes we wanted to make. And we can git add data_intern.c, git commit, add that, save and close. Okay, that was somewhat long-winded. But we got there without corrupting the repo. So, wins. Take the wins when you can get them. Hey, Henty Ichan. Okay, so now that we've got all of that back up to date, bang del %. I've been told it's bad form to throw up on stream, so let's try and avoid that. We're updating on change, right? Invalid stuff. Adding testing. Okay. Test.c. We want to change this. Test run to the file itself. Description should be at the end if we want it, really. Let's open up another window for test.c. Come on. Jeez. So be careful with them not to get folder. Tab new test.c. vsplit test.c. Vertical split is one of those funny UI things where, like, is it that they are vertical in relation to each other, or that the dividing line between them is vertical? Because those are obviously orthogonal to each other. Which kind of means you could have this horizontal, call this horizontal or vertical, and it would still make sense. Clearly, they decided to talk about the line that's between them. Okay, so this one can be the tests, and that one will be the files. I don't know, maybe the description can be at the top. It'll at least make this easier. We can change it around later if we need to. C3. C3. All right. Okay, so macros. Record macro. Copy until the third. Okay. Macro. Copy and macro. Copy 3 times, finding the next. Quote. Change thing. Go to the beginning of the line, go down 1, go across word, select, paste, change back, go down 1, end recording. Yeah, look at that. And the camera's turned off. Okay. Assuming it's run out of battery, let's just replace it. It might have overheated, in which case that's the end of visual me for a while. See what it wants to do. Let's see. Nah, doesn't want to do it. So no camera for the moment then. Oh, sorry. Didn't mute myself for a sec. Okay. Linkage. We should be here. That Q. Why is that putting it in a different place all of a sudden? Okay. I think it's just because of the way that those top lines were. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Really, all of these should have had a thing at the beginning. Um, all right, let's try this again. I do quite like each instance being a single line. Make that a word. Okay. So I want to go here. I want to go to copy that. Yeah. Okay. 13. Copy for find quote cross paste I wasn't yeah, okay. Complex pointers. Okay. So macro copy for find quote cross select word paste down across word select back down Q. Okay. That's because that should be the same. Okay, so include standard int. Yep. Varags. Malloc. Okay. Enums. Want two of them. Okay, returns. We want that. We want multiple return. We want multiple returning. I've nailed this. Got it now. It's more start return. Return types, return types, return types, return types. Yeah. I nailed the macro. Return bool, float, double. And we just keep going. We just keep going and we just keep going. How is the one remaining person doing in chat? $25. Internal function call, recursive, local include, help object, last error, windows include, function pointer, range lists, arc lists, loop lists, namespace, reference, class, method. Okay, method. Okay. Just copy that as well. Okay, now there should be nothing. Okay, that should be fine now. Okay. Alright, before doing that, I actually need to get rid of all of these. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of YouTube spam. Can I tell, like, who this is from? Okay. Right, so got rid of all of these test files. I've got all of those things anyway. Just like stuff that needs doing. It's not very difficult, it's just a bit slow and time consuming, but makes other stuff easier in the future. Ah. Flex types. There we go. Okay. That's all of them, I think. I mean, that's just a bit excessive, isn't it? Test multiple return statements.c to test multiple returns. That'll do fine, I think. Right, test runs. It's an S. Okay. Okay. Let's see whether that compiles. Oh my god, it does. First time. um, test file path, change it up path. Test.file. Alright, we're only actually using the file path anyway, so let's not bother having a whole file there. Path, file.path, path. Okay. In that case, we can get rid of all of these. It's worth a little bit of effort to make this easier to read and write. I'm reducing some of the okay. GA there. I'm gonna do all commas. Okay. Now. Like, what is going on with these comments, huh? Okay. Can't quite get there. Let's not do it by all commas then. Oh. We'd already screwed that up. Okay, why not? Okay, this is like starting to get kind of pointless. But Okay, that's more like it. There we go. Okay. Okay, cool. Is it just because of this one that it's... one, two, three. Okay. Why is there that much space? Okay. See how that is. Cool, just a missing comma. I would shorten it, but this has the advantage that I can just jump to the file using Vim's GF, which is quite nice. Now, This does kind of rely on having a large screen, but that's fine. I have a large screen. Or scrolling horizontally. Basically just a big table of tests. Oh, that's interesting. Get occasional weird stuff when it's not quite consistent. Right, so check that our tests still run, and then we'll save this as a save this as a new commit. And it seems to run. Cool. You know, a lot of the thing that's slowing that down is the all the code being dumped out in the background. Not code, sorry, the like debug messages, because Windows Terminal is so slow. Combine test file and test run into single test struct. And you can see we're like a fair amount shorter again, which is always good. Always good to remove code. Okay, let's just quickly run normally. Tests, test, accessible mem. Let's see. Find accessible mem. function. So we want to do pointer equals null 0 because null hasn't been included. We want I want to do some virtual alloc. I'm going to do some virtual protect. This is Windows only. I need to do the same on Linux as well. You know what? I think I'm going to call it there for the night. Progress has been a bit slow, but it was expected, given that I'm not 100% at the moment. But although it was slow, it was definitely forward. If you're interested in WhiteBox, you can, of course, follow Twitch or subscribe to the YouTube. You can follow us on Twitter at WhiteBox_SYS. You can pre-order the alpha, get access to all the versions up to and including version 1.0 or 1.x, even everything before version 2. And you can buy that on the website at whitebox.systems or the itch page azmr.itch.io/whitebox. So until next time, thank you very much for watching, and I will bid you a very good night.